Hello there, we're back at ITB Berlin, live streaming from the Sojourn Lounge. I'm Nick Hall, I'm the founder of the Digital Tourism Think Tank, and we're working with Sojourn over the course of ITB to bring you lots of fascinating insights about some of the big trends that are impacting the tourism industry. So I'm really pleased to be joined for our first interview by Kurt Weinsheimer. Did I pronounce that correctly? Senior Vice President of Property at Sojourn, and we're here today to talk specifically about an extremely fresh report that's just come out, your second hotel report. So we're going to get right into the juicy detail of all of that just in a few moments. But first of all, I think you can introduce the depth of what you do much better than I can. So just tell us a little bit about what it is that you actually do and look after at Sojourn.
Okay, great. So I run the property solutions business at Sojourn, and what we do is basically take the power of the Sojourn Traveler platform and use it not for the largest brands in travel that we typically have worked with in the past, but driving that potential all the way down to independent hotels. So we're helping independent hotels drive direct demand to their properties so that they can give that unique experience that only their hotel can provide.
Great. So I'm imagining this is a growing part of your business. I'm guessing that there's increasing demand from the independent hotels for the sort of services and insights that Sojourn can provide.
Yes, there definitely is, and we're seeing the growth on a global basis. So not only in the U.S. where we launched the program, but out of Singapore, so APAC, and here in Europe. And a lot of it is that more and more the hotels want to kind of balance that demand portfolio, right? The OTAs drive a ton of bookings for them, but they'd like to get more direct so they can have a unique experience that kind of, I think, they can only provide by controlling that.
Exactly. I speak to so many independent hotels, so this is especially what the think tank is spending a lot of its time doing. And all I ever hear is we need more direct bookings. And it's not one factor, of course. It's a myriad of different things. But anything you can do to help them drive more direct bookings is really, really good news for the independent hotels. So we're talking now about the Sojourn Travel hotel report. It's a beautiful report, as you can see, shown lovely on this iPad. Really, first of all, recommend people just go to the site and actually have a look at it. It's fully interactive, and I have to say, beautifully presented. So, from someone who is a fan of visual presentation of data, hats off to you. You've done a great job. So, just maybe to start with, tell me a bit more about some of the insights that we can take away from the report.
Sure. So the report, really what we wanted to do is drive that interactivity. We've done a hotel travel report before. We do travel trends reports on a consistent basis. And more we get follow-up questions from our clients and from others that say, well, what about this and what about that? And a lot of the questions that people have are around what are search trends and then what are booking trends? What are trends between airline and hotel? How are they similar? How are they different? What are the similarities or differences between mobile and desktop? And so we've looked at all those areas of kind of contrast and put those into the report so that people can look at mobile searching behavior, mobile booking behavior, mobile versus desktop searching and booking behavior. And it really gives a rich view into the complex path of both kind of dreaming and searching that consumers do for a hotel, but then all the way down to the path of purchase.
Wow, so that's pretty handy, I think, at the very least. I've certainly seen some fascinating insights from that, and some real disparity between some of the different things, which I didn't necessarily expect to stand out. But of course, this is something that has come out of the recently very hotly spoken about partnership with Google. Just tell us a bit more about the benefits of having worked with Google, especially more recently. How that's actually coming to bring this sort of insight to your customers.
Yeah. So the partnership with Google is critical when you're talking about travel, right? I think that the stat is over 60% of people start their travel journey with a search on Google. So that's a massive view into the top of the funnel.
As like Facebook,
Yeah.
you can't afford to ignore it.
No,
It can't be out
that's
of
exactly
your
that's
strategy.
exactly right. That's exactly right. And so what was exciting for us to partner with Google on this is that Google does see that top of the funnel experience. What brands are people searching for? What destinations are people searching for as they're getting into that discovery and search phase? And then combining that with the Sojourn data, in which we're seeing, real-time search and confirmation data, air, car, hotel. We're able to combine those so that you can see top of the funnel activity, bottom of the funnel activity, and really understand the complexity of the hotel purchase path. And we've always said the purchase path, and now we say the purchase paths, because there is no kind of simple funnel. As you see, it really depends on, am I traveling for business? Am I traveling for leisure? And being able to see those differences was a critical part of the Google Sojourn partnership on this report.
Yeah, I have to say, I think you've explained it perfectly there. I mean, it's actually bringing together the great insights that we know Google hold on to, and that great commercial insight that you guys have. And I think that's something that you really complement what Google brings to the table there. So that's a really, really valuable kind of addition to what we already have been maybe looking at in terms of consumer trends and consumer behavior and interests. And then actually, how does that translate into searching and booking and actually making decisions to travel, which is where the crucial kind of commercial data that you guys sit on is really coming into play. So as an independent hotel, I guess the key question I might be asking watching this, or even looking at the report, as interactive as it is how do I use that? How do I actually use what you've produced and use that to make meaningful decisions in my commercial operation, my marketing operation, the branding, every aspect of the business, and of course that funnel.
Yeah. I think the most critical thing is for a report like this. If it's not actionable, then it's pretty to look at, but otherwise, not worth much. And that's an area of focus that our analysts, take very seriously. Is okay, what's going to be actionable about this? And I think there are a lot of things. One of the most important things to do is understand, when do I want to reach my customer? When are they looking to book? And when do they start that search? Because I think spending money cost effectively is critical. So you don't want to, for example, if you're a luxury hotel, and from the report that luxury hotel searchers tend to start that search earlier in the process. Well, you better be thinking about, okay, what are the types of marketing activities that I can bring to bear that will get further out in that process? If we know that people start their searches, through a Google or a Bing, well then you better get in front of your AdWords program and get there so that you're there when a luxury consumer is looking to book. Or if you're, let's say, a more of an economy brand, what's your mobile strategy? Because if the answer is I don't have one, well, the report showed that over 70% of searches for economy hotels are via mobile. If you're an independent hotel and you don't have a responsive designed website, you better hop on the phone and get one.
I think that's certainly something that I think even the smallest hotels are starting to realize that they can't afford to ignore mobile. And anybody, even for those who are very light on the analytics side of things, they don't like to get there, get in too deep. They only need to look at that top level statistic, that breakdown between desktop and mobile search on their sites as well, and they will see that probably the vast majority, well over half, is actually coming from mobile. So that should be a wake-up call, that even if you have a fantastic website, if it's not also fantastic and serving the needs of the customers in mobile, then it's really going to you're really going to be losing potential business. So I guess the key question is, how has that changed? Because we spoke a lot yesterday with some of the guests about mobile. It's new. It's been new for the last 5 to 10 years now. The year of mobile, that's exactly what we said. We said it was probably the third year of mobile now. But the question now, I think, is mobile is accepted by everybody as really important and something they need to almost have a clear understanding of how they're approaching it, apart from the other aspects of what they do. But what about booking? So we know that majority of searches are done on mobile, and then approximately 20% or something like that is done in terms of booking on mobile. So what's your take on that? What do you see? Do you see that changing as well in the coming years? Do you see a greater proportion booking on mobile, or is it sort of plateauing off? My feeling, and I'm coming purely from an instinctive point of view, is that perhaps it will plateau. Perhaps there's always going to be a preference. But you guys might see that differently. So tell us a bit about how that's seen from your point of view.
I think one thing is that's important is to not be thinking about mobile and desktop separately. I think that there was a period where kind of people like, here's my desktop strategy and here's my mobile strategy. Well, the reality is it's the same user that may be searching on mobile then booking on desktop. So the most important thing is to be understanding, is my strategy integrated? Are the partners that I'm working with able to target users both in a desktop environment and a mobile environment and connect that activity? Because you also don't want to have a mobile strategy and be spending $100 targeting users and then spend another $100 targeting them on desktop and not realizing that you just double spent to try to hit the same user. So I think that's one thing that's very important, is that no longer thinking kind of mobile versus desktop. They're inextricably connected, right? I think that as far as booking, I think that trend will continue as far as mobile bookings increasing, and I think there are a couple reasons for that. One is, in mobile first markets, kind of they're already there, right? So if you think a lot of the markets they work with in APAC, they're already mobile first, and so that just kind of, it is what it is. I think the second thing that we've seen, and this is interesting, kind of within mobile, your tablet activity has decreased as your phone sizes have increased. So the larger the phone gets, the more you're able to see the imagery, you're able to answer those questions that you used to be able to really only answer on desktop. But I think that for your considered purchase, desktop will still dominate for quite a while. And also just that habit of, I search on my phone, I then get to work, and I book on my desktop. I think that trend will continue. But if you rewind, way back in the early days of online travel, the conversation we were having was, okay, I get people are searching online, but they're still predominantly booking on the phone. Won't they kind of always book probably more on the phone because they really want to ask that person, do you really have a pool? I mean, we laugh at that now, right? And I think at some point it's going to get so blended between desktop and mobile that we'll kind of be joking about that question, 5-10 years from now.
That's a really good point you raise about the phone booking. So we always sort of think that something won't happen or won't change, and in the end it does. I guess it also comes down to consumers being increasingly familiar with that experience, also convenience, and as you mentioned, it's also about context, place. If you're a business traveler, you're perhaps got a much higher propensity to decide to book on mobile compared to maybe a leisure traveler, because you have that need. So I guess there's really different scenarios there. It's more complex than just putting things into boxes. What do you see as some of the biggest missed opportunities or potentially missed opportunities for hotel marketeers?
Well, one missed opportunity, speaking about from a mobile standpoint, is if you look at the mobile searches versus mobile bookings, you don't want to assume that all those mobile searches are turning into desktop bookings. A lot of those mobile searches are turning into mobile bookings, just not with you. So if you're looking and you're seeing very high mobile search, but very low mobile booking, definitely check and see, how is my mobile booking experience? How easy is it? How well designed is that part of the experience? And if it's not strong, I would really focus on that. So that was something that if you look in the report, it's very interesting to see those differences between mobile search levels and mobile booking levels. And I think you're missing a real opportunity if you just assume that they're booking on your in your desktop experience.
Making assumptions is always dangerous. That's what I keep being told. So I think, let the data speak and listen to that. How important are things like Apple Pay and Android Pay? And increasingly, there's a greater variety of convenience and mobile convenience payment options. I guess anything that reduces friction and stages in booking is going to quite significantly increase conversion, I'm imagining, or is it yet to take off, in your opinion?
Yeah, that's a good question. From a payment standpoint, we still predominantly talking to our clients. It's still credit cards, stored credit cards, which is one of the reasons that transition has slowed. And that's one of the reasons that, truthfully, the OTAs see a stronger, mobile conversion, is that a lot of people have their stored information there. So they are able to do that kind of, one click to purchase piece, which can be more difficult for a property. But that reducing friction also can have interesting impacts. I was talking to some hoteliers in Dublin the other day, and they're seeing their phone sales start to move up. So it's because many people are doing just a click to call for a booking. So it's a mobile search turning into a phone booking. Never that, right? So that's also, it's very important to be tracking that online to offline experience that, back in the day, we were explaining to people, no, they are booking, they're just doing it over the phone. And now, even today, mobile searches can be turning into phone bookings.
Yes, I think, and also Google have shown us that you can indeed track phone bookings that are coming from mobile. Who would have thought it? We talk about the difficulty to trace and link all those different touch points, but even an offline touch point is traceable. So yeah, I think some really interesting points there. I think loyalty clearly is a big opportunity then for businesses, as you say, creating some sort of profile and then removing all those obstacles to booking will definitely increase mobile bookings especially. Tell me then a bit more about the difference between business travelers and leisure travelers, and what you're seeing in terms of how far in advance people are booking. Is that something that you've seen change? We're living in, I guess, fairly turbulent times, so maybe there's an air of uncertainty. As that's tell me about that.
And coming back to the report, I think there's some really interesting insights that you can look at between business and leisure consumers. And again, I think it's important to remember there aren't necessarily business consumers and leisure consumers. It's the same person, just sometimes they're looking for leisure and sometimes they're looking for business. But if you are targeting that business traveler, the last minute activity is much greater. The mobile activity is greater. We see that leisure travelers are starting those searches much earlier in the travel stage. They're doing more searches than you see from a business traveler standpoint. And that mobile penetration on the business side is higher than on the leisure side.
Great. And one of the things which stood out was these sort of challenger brands, or however you want to call them. We saw that the boutique hotel brands like Yotel and Indigo really performing well. What do you think is behind that? What's driving that success that they're having?
Yeah. I mean, I think the two keywords probably are differentiation and connection. So I think if you take Yotel, for example, I think they did a phenomenal job of providing a very different experience, and and really picking a key location that was hurting, if you will, right? They took an airport approach to bringing something cool to an otherwise kind of miserable experience, right? So they were able to give a unique experience to consumers kind of where they least expected it. And I think they were then able to transport that experience into other areas. And so they just, out of the gate, you had a positive view of that brand, and it made you really open to trying it again when you didn't just see it at the airport, you'd see it, in major cities. And I think that really worked well for them. They also, out of the gate, I think, understood that the mobile aspect of the business consumer, and so we're very, very aggressive in making sure that experience was seamless between mobile and desktop. And finally, understanding that business travelers want a unique experience, right? As a common business traveler, you kind of get into the rhythm of it. To get kind of snapped out of that is pretty fun, and I think they've done a really good job of that.
They certainly have. I have to say, I mean, not wanting to do any plugs, but I'm an addict for Yotl. I was just hooked, first of all, by the concept of staying in Japanese style capsule, and I mean, exactly. And when you hit the mark as a brand by offering something that really creates differentiation, and also understanding the needs of your customer, which is what they've done, you really can be successful. I think what you've got in the report really shows that. Tell me a bit about some of the interdependencies between sort of pre and post booking stage of the visitor cycle.
Yeah. So, excuse me. I think it is really important to understand. First of all, lead times are something to really focus on. So if you think about how long it's taking for someone how long they're searching, and then, because that search to booking opportunity is really that's where you can have the biggest impact on those consumers, right? But then also that book to stay, the shorter that is, the harder it is for you to monetize that user between when they booked and the period that they're going to stay. And so as we're seeing that book to stay period shrink, especially for business travelers, you've got to be really on top of your game as far as pre-stay merchandising, pre-stay promotion, and even intra-stay promotion. So how can I interact with my guest while they're there to highlight new opportunities, new features, and that's where I think a lot of AI and so forth is gonna come into play, which will be pretty exciting.
That's really exciting. Don't get me excited about too much things, because we'll never finish this, and I'll end up discussing all sorts of great ideas there with you. But I think you raise a really good point, which is the importance of building a relationship with your customer throughout the entire journey, not just to the point where you've got their payment and dropping them and saying thank you very much. So that's really key. In terms of the report, is there information that sort of non-hoteliers, the rest of the travel industry, can take away from this? Would you recommend others take a look at this?
Yeah, definitely. I think that there, while yes, it is a hotel report, but also it's important to remember that hotel is part of the purchase path. And so that's why we also wanted to provide, the differences between air and hotel. So just understanding kind of how people act and how people work is really important. I think that understanding the mobile versus desktop trends in travel also gives you a view into kind of consumer trends of what's happening in other purchase patterns. And then from just a consumer standpoint, kind of hot new markets is, I don't know, where should I go travel next? so there's also just an interest from that standpoint. But I think it's a fun way to kind of to dig into what's going on in travel. The interactivity kind of allows you to answer some of your own questions kind of right off the bat.
Exactly. So I think I'm going to ask with one big question to end with, which is, what is the biggest change that you've seen since 2015? What's really, really changed the game?
Since 2015, I think and people, this is kind of not rocket science, is that kind of coming of age of mobile, that it is no longer a discrete part of the path. It's that mobile, desktop, multi-device is just, that's the way the world works. And if you're not thinking in a multi-device, single user framework, you're going to completely miss on how consumers are interacting with brands, how consumers are interacting with you, and how they're searching and buying travel. And so the fact that we've moved beyond kind of a mobile versus desktop and into, across multi-device world, and it ain't going back, I think is super exciting. Super exciting.
That's a big change. Maybe some will see it as a nightmare, but yeah, it's certainly a big change. So just finally, where can people get the report if they want to take a look?
Yeah. So you can go to sojourn.com, and SOJERN.com. As all tech companies, you can't spell things correctly, and so you can download the report, and it's really exciting to see.
Yeah, so definitely head over to Sojourn's website, take a look at that. But that just leads me to say, Kurt, thank you very much for these fantastic insights. It's been a pleasure speaking with you, and we look forward to hearing you on the next big development coming out of Sojourn. But in the meanwhile, thank you very much, and we'll be back later on with some more great interviews here at ITB Berlin. Thanks. Hi there, it's Nick Hall again from the think tank. We're here in the Sojourn Live Lounge at ITB Berlin, giving you all the latest trends, updates, insights from marketeers from across the travel industry. I'm really pleased to be joined by a pretty distinguished panel, and we're talking today about how hotels can drive more direct bookings. So I think if somebody could give a kind of golden nugget answer to that, everybody would be really happy, right? So just to introduce yourselves, we've got Sanjay here, VP of Product and Property Solutions at Sojourn. We have Dwayne Heptich. Did I get that right? Okay. You're Senior Vice President of Product Marketing at Sendin. And of course, we have Thomas Landon from EMEA. You're Director of Head of Marketing EMEA at Revenate. Revenate is a company that I love what you do. So I have to say, I know one of your teammates from South Africa, and Alana, and she's been excellent at telling the world what Revenate does. So we're going to have a really interesting discussion, and I'd like to maybe get straight into it by first of all just asking a very open question. What does this what does this mean for yourselves from your individual perspectives? What is the key thing that you're focusing on to help your clients drive more direct bookings? So I guess as we're in the Sojourn Lounge, I'll put this first of all to you, Sanjay.
Yes, so for driving direct bookings at Sojourn, that's kind of what we do day in, day out. So we focus very much on leveraging the vast amounts of data that are out there. So it's really about leveraging intent data. Where are people looking to travel, and then activating that data. So really understanding who's in market to book a hotel room. So we're able to accomplish that through a lot of our data partnerships that are out there with the airlines, with the meta search companies, with the OTAs, and then we activate that on behalf of the hotels that we work with. And so we're really able to go find those consumers that are looking to book a room and drive them via programmatic channels, via SEM, via Facebook and other channels as well, to get them to the hotelier's direct website. Now, one of the things I think hotels can do a better job on is making sure that their web experiences are very clean, very much optimized for conversion. And that's true on the desktop environment, and more importantly, even on the mobile environment.
Great. Okay, that's a pretty good introduction. So I'll head straight over to you first of all.
All right, thanks. So we at Revenate help hotels in a couple different levels. And first, our most famous product, let's say it like that, is reputation. So we help hotels to understand what the guests are saying about their property online, and also help them with tools and surveys to get better reputation online. And obviously, better reputation, better scores gets you higher up in the ranking. Also, publishing on Google will get you better and bigger visibility on Google as well. And then we help hotels with marketing automation. So by connecting to their PMS, and this is quite similar, I think we're having the same story, connecting to their PMS, being able to target the right audience and sending them the right messages, hopefully at the right time.
How's that perspective looking from Sendin's perspective?
Yeah, very similar. What we tend to do is, as Thomas mentioned, we focus on the data first because the hotelier has tremendous amounts of data, and if they bring it in from multiple sources, what that allows us to do is when you're looking at a direct booking, you want to understand what was the behavior, the motivation behind that person who made that direct booking. Look at your data that you have first to understand the pattern of those people, and then kind of model that out across your entire platform, and then design a number of communication pieces that will reach those guests at the right time. So it's really starting with the data and then just sort of building it out from there.
Great. Thanks very much. So what are some of the ways that hotels are losing out at the moment by not really taking advantage of the opportunities that are kind of low-hanging fruit for them to drive more direct bookings? I think you certainly have an opinion on that.
It's the I just arrived this morning, and you walk around the halls and you walk around the technology sector, and everybody is direct booking, drive more direct business, and it's the talk of the town. And then quite frankly, I think nobody has the right answer. There's a lot of people that do very good things, like companies do very good specific things to help hotels drive more bookings and direct bookings, but I think nobody in this hall or nobody in this building knows the final one solution. And I think the question is, maybe is there one? But I think for me, actually going one step back, and I think this is an interesting perspective. The hotels should ask themselves is, do we want direct bookings? And I think I know it's a question that doesn't necessarily align what we sell. We sell help hotels drive more bookings than direct bookings, but it's, I think, a start of point like, hey, how's your distribution model? And if you decide that this is the way to go, and I think it's for 99.9% of the hotels the right way to go, then do more work on that. And it's a focus. It's a focus to do that, and it's a dedication to do that. And it starts. The low-hanging fruit is, I think, the web page. That's the easiest. The most times I disconnect from a hotel is when the web page is not letting me book within seconds. And I think that's for majority of the people.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with direct booking. I mean, we're in the hospitality business, so they own that service, that relationship with the customer. So I think the hotel has every right to engage that customer. And the more they do that in advance of arrival, I think they have a better chance of building a better brand reputation with them. We find also that a lot of hoteliers, as Thomas was mentioning, they may not have the resources to do that marketing themselves, so they do rely on the OTA, and that's good too. But when that business comes into your property, it's important to have the ability to own that guest afterwards, own that conversation, so that when they want to come back to your property, they're looking at you direct next time.
And do you think that a lot of businesses are still kind of struggling to make that transfer from receiving a guest through an OTA and then actually taking that relationship into their own hands?
Yeah, the typical, and you guys all, I'm sure you see the same thing when traveling a lot, the typical journey from a hotel, if I book direct, is like, you book, you get a confirmation. Then you hear nothing. You get on site, great, thank you that you are. Last thing is like, here, would you like the bill stapled to the credit card receipt, and would you like an envelope, and bye. And you hear nothing. That's the typical journey of a guest. So the first step would be like, hey, welcome back. We'd like to make you an offer. Like, would you like to come back next time? Any plans? So it can be quite simple to start that conversation, I think.
And I think the hotelier has to look at their relationship with their OTA to understand, what flexibility, what ability do they have to have that conversation with the guest. So they should look at their own terms and services, certainly, before they start to outreach to the guest.
Yeah, I think what you said about focus, it's, if you decide that this is important, and as you said, 99% probably will reach that conclusion, then achieving that is about focusing on it and, doing everything that you have to do along that long journey to build up all those steps and actually build that relationship. What is the different type of strategies that you've seen between, the really boutique hotels compared to, say, the international brands? I mean, you're in the business of driving bookings ultimately. Yeah. And so I guess it could be an easy argument to say, well, yeah, I think, drive the bookings, drop them off. But I know that's not the. But what about the different strategies that you've seen?
Yeah, so I think the global brands tend to have an advantage simply because they have more money to spend and they have staffs dedicated to marketing, right? So if you're one of the big global brands, you have dozens of folks that are focused on not just display advertising, but SEM and their social presence, all of those things. For an independent hotelier, that's a lot of work actually to do on your own. And it's complicated, right? Running an SEM campaign seems straightforward, but there's a lot of complexities when you think of Google constantly changing their algorithms and just all the new features that come out. And you have to constantly stay on top of these things. So one of the things that we found is we've actually started to offer a product called Rev Direct, which basically flips it from an advertising way of thinking about online marketing to more of a distribution. So we take the risk, if you will, of driving the booking for the hotels, and they pay on a stay model, and we give them full flexibility. So if the consumer who actually makes that booking decides to cancel, the hotel can actually zero out that booking as well. So we've taken out the pain, if you will, of having dedicated budgets and turning it more into a distribution type of model. And so I think the hotel, the global brands have that advantage of building brand awareness, as well as if someone's looking to make a booking, let's say in Paris, if you're a core, there's 25 different hotels that someone can book. But if you're an individual hotelier, you have one hotel that you want someone to book. And so it's really making sure you're present where the consumers are looking to make those bookings as well.
So some challenges there if you're an independent hotel, because you just don't have the luxury of maybe brand loyalty that some of the internationals do. Some thoughts there?
Yeah, sorry. I find with the larger boutique hotels or the larger properties, they will have the teams behind them who can do a deeper dive into the data. And I know I mentioned that before, but they have multiple points of data coming into a single source, and so they can understand who that best guest is. And then with that, they can then design intelligent campaigns that will reach that guest or who that profile of that guest is. And they can leverage third-party data as well to find people who look like their best guest. And then with that, they can, of course, reach them through various social channels. So I think the big brands have that advantage to look deeper into their data. The smaller brands don't, the independent hotels. So I think what they're doing is they're kind of looking at the global data that they have, understanding kind of 2 or 3 key audiences there, and then they're trying to focus more on the guest journey. So they know they can't compete pre-purchase with the other big brands, so they're putting a lot of their marketing dollars into servicing the guests throughout that travel journey in the hope that they can build a good relationship with them that way.
Great. I would like to add that what we see is that the independent hotels have the flexibility to be more agile and to be more quick about things, and this is where I see the bigger brands sometimes, or the independent hotels within the brands struggle, because if there's a cancellation within a group, a large group cancellation, they have difficulty filling up their rooms because they're bound to the rules and regulations within the brand. And small hotels have, they can design up a campaign, they can reach out to their most profitable guest or guest local and come up with a quick, easy way to fill up some rooms. And I think that's where we see a lot of independents or small groups being much more flexible and much more quicker to adapt some technologies. And I think the other thing, technology is becoming so accessible for a lot of hotels. It's the prices have come down. The ease of use is you don't. Yes, you need data scientists to if you're processing huge amounts of data. But if you're in a small independent hotel, you can still do almost as good as a job these days as one of the larger hotels. And I think that's the advantage that the independents will have, and certainly building out in the future.
And that's our job on the software side, is to build that. And we need to bring in that data and kind of bring it to life. Like, we really have to help the hotels understand who their best guests are, because they're so focused on just hospitality and servicing guests. So it really is our job from the technology side to build tools to, visualize it for them.
Yeah, I think this is one of the big things we've seen actually, is not only for travel, but travel is an industry made up of so many small businesses, and the ability to use the sort of cloud-based tools that we can use now, which visualize intelligence, that go through the data that we're actually sitting on, that help us make better decisions. Those are really sort of to a penny. There's a lot that are just available for everybody to consider. What is the right tool for me? What will help me better understand my customer on the one hand, drive better conversions on the other hand, build relationships. And it's really up to the businesses, the hoteliers, to look at what's out there as well, and do the research and update themselves on what they could be doing. I guess moving over to you, Sanjay, what do you think maybe some quick fixes are for businesses that are looking to cut out the intermediary and go direct? Are there some really quick, kind of immediate things that the businesses hotels can be doing?
Yeah, great question. I think there's some really straightforward things, such as making sure you're monitoring your prices online. So there's a lot of research that shows even if a rate is lower by $1 or €1, that company is going to get the click. So making sure that no one is actually selling your product as a hotelier at a cheaper price than you are. And so I think that's number one. Number two is making sure that you're present where the consumers are, whether that's on social channels, whether that's in search. Making sure you're defending your brand terms, right? So if if a consumer is searching specifically for your hotel, you should be there bidding for that term and making sure you get that click and then can convert that user. So I think those are some of the low-hanging fruit, if you will.
Yeah. Okay. Great. And from your perspectives, what do you think the low hanging fruit to drive more direct bookings are? That sort of tomorrow they could switch on.
I think focusing on the inspirational phase of the travel. Hotels have been very good at the moment people walk in the door and until the moment people leave, but inspiring people to come back for a second time. It's just asking, like, send out a campaign. It was great to having you here. You were here for business. Bring your family and kids, and inspire people to come back the next time. I think is the easiest and a very cost-effective way to drive some bookings.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can be actually really direct, and that's what software empowers you to do. Like, your database should show the source of that booking. So you should be designing communications that go to that guest 2 weeks, 3 months, 6 months after they've checked out, specifically to them. So if they book through an Expedia or Booking.com, like, you need to speak to them exactly. And you can with technology, because it can automate the fact that it understands who this message is going to. And then you should have a call to action there that's specific for that guest and relevant. And you own that relationship, so it's a one-to-one offer there. It's not something that you're publishing online. So I think creating automated messages that are personalized toward the source of the booking is an immediate thing you can do.
Yeah, and I think once again, these sort of new opportunities, they sound pretty technologically advanced, but again, there's a lot of ways to sort of tap into those things, and it's really sort of off the shelf available to automate a lot of the things, also personalize. And I guess, building on your point, most hotels should be sitting on a customer database. Even the smallest hotels probably have a database that they can start building from. So it's a really great opportunity just to begin building relationships.
There was a calculation that an average hotel gets 40,000 could gain 40,000 new email addresses every year. And obviously you have some churn, but within a couple of years you should be able to build a substantial database of past guests that and hotels do a good job. People like hotels on average. They give them a 4+ star rating. So they do a good job. You should you should ask to come back for the same business. Yeah.
And sorry, to your point of hoteliers having lots of choices of various vendors that they can work with, that's absolutely true. The hoteliers should be conscious, though, that that data may live in multiple places. So if they use a third-party survey company, that data is going to sit there, and it may not talk to their parent's application or their CRM, which is what it's becoming. So they have to be really conscious of the choices that they make and where the data moves, just from a privacy point of view and security. So that's a really important consideration. And if you're not seeing the full view, I think you're kind of missing out on that audience.
Absolutely, a good point there. So moving to mobile bookings, we'd keep talking about it. I remain a skeptic. I book everything on my mobile, I have to say. But I've seen the data, and I've seen that I'm still in the minority. I know that this is something that is changing. Perhaps over a few years, not sort of overnight. It's going to completely take over. But what can hotels do to actually already drive more mobile bookings than they're currently doing today?
Yeah, great question. So I think there's a couple things. One is, again, I think when consumers are searching on Google or through Bing and other search engines, the real estate that's actually taken up by paid ads is much more on a mobile screen. And so I think, A, you have to make sure, again, that you're defending your brand terms at the very least. B, I think you have to customize your site for that device, right? So if someone's searching on a mobile phone versus a tablet versus a desktop, when they get to your site, it should be customized to that experience. And you should make sure your pages load fast as well, right? So Google actually takes page load speed on mobile devices into account when they're actually ranking for SEO.
What's the crucial number? It's 2 seconds if
or even less than that is better. Yeah. So
below that, you've got no chance.
That's correct. Yeah. So the faster, the better, right? And then again, just be careful about how much information you really need to collect when they're ready to actually book. So if you don't actually need to take the full credit card, perhaps you don't take that on the mobile device, right? Because there's a lot of digits you got to press there. And then as new technologies such as Android Pay comes available for mobile web, or even Apple Pay for mobile web, make sure you integrate that into your mobile websites as well, right? Because again, you want to reduce the friction to get that booking.
Absolutely, I'm a big fan of Apple Pay, but I have to say, very, very, very few hoteliers seem to be integrating it. I guess it's also a question of vendors also providing integration with these sort of services. I know that Stripe, as one payment gateway, has just added it, so maybe we'll see the landscape changing quite quickly.
If mobile is a funny discussion, because it was the discussion a couple of years ago. Everybody was talking about mobile, and now it's kind of direct booking. I'm still of the opinion, and I maybe old-fashioned, that mobile is the worst platform to book. You have a screen the size of this, and then you need to decide on what hotel. Like, the stats are showing, like, I think it was 1,700% increase on mobile and stuff, but it's still, as you say, a very limited number of bookings through mobile. And I don't know, I'm still on the fence a little bit, because they've been saying a couple of years now mobile is going to take over, and it hasn't taken over, I feel, as much as as desktop has. And especially mobile websites is definitely key for hotels. Apps are not going to work. There's nobody who's going to install a hotel app and then. And I think I must say hotels OTAs do have a big advantage on the mobile side. Thinking, just to finish my thoughts on when do you need when are you going to book a hotel on your mobile? It's probably like it's late at night, you have to do too much to drink, and you need a hotel now. That's the scenario because when I travel, I would like to be a little bit more picky, plan out my meetings, look on a bigger screen. Okay, least amount of travel, so I always use desktop. Curious what you're...
Yeah, I'm going to say loud and clear, I think for the boutique hotelier, I think mobile just doesn't exist. I don't know if it's part of their strategy. And I say that because you mentioned about hotel ads. If you're on a mobile device and you're searching for a property in your region, maybe your flight's just been canceled because there's a strike in Berlin. Maybe that's just occurred, right? By the time you get to that hotel's website, I mean, you're not even going to, because once you get past hotel ads and the scroll of that, and then you hit Trivago and Booking and all these other sources, your hotel, if it's a boutique, doesn't exist online, right? It's dominated by those guys. So, and you have to think about, as a boutique hotelier, your guest who's coming back, do they want to do it through a mobile device, or do they want to be recognized? Do they want to phone you, talk to you, have that conversation, and book their stay again? Because they're emotionally connected to your brand. So mobile is just sort of, in a way, impersonal for that type of user. So I don't think it's a strategy.
Can I just add to that?
So we actually run campaigns for thousands of hotels, right, across desktop and mobile, and we're actually seeing the ones that have invested in their mobile sites and made them effective and have good mobile booking engines, that they're getting upwards of a third of their bookings through mobile websites. So
Boutiques, small hotels as
yep,
well? Yep.
Primarily boutiques. And so the ones that have actually invested in it, they are seeing that ROI on it, because, again, the consumer's spending more and more time in front of their mobile phone. And so that's, you have to be where the consumers are. And so I totally get it that it's easier to make the transaction on a desktop, but it's getting easier over time on the mobile phone. And so we're seeing it through empirical evidence that it is actually growing.
Yeah, if the message is driven directly from an email campaign or a message through a chat environment with that direct link back to the mobile site, then absolutely, I think it's really relevant there. But I think if the person is just searching online, not aware of your brand, it's going to be tough to implement a competitive mobile strategy. But you're absolutely right. If you're delivering that message and that link to the mobile site, you will see some good completion rates.
And I think of all the topics or channels we talk about, either mobile or email or SEM, it's focus and it's dedication. And you see that, keep on testing it, keep on trying different things, different ways of positioning it, and you'll find the best way that actually for your hotel will get the most results. And I think that's the beauty of it. It's it's not free to test, but it's relatively cheap to test to drive different things. And then, as you say, like if you invest in it, if you dedicate it, I'm sure there's a market. You have the numbers.
Right. So it seems like you can succeed at anything if you decide to focus on it. You put in the work. Really great insights from all three of you. Thank you very much for sharing all of your thoughts and ideas. I think that was a really interesting discussion, and I know that I'm going to be testing every mobile site and just seeing how much these brands are trying to create relationships with me as a consumer. I think it's every hotel should also be asking themselves that question: is what is that relationship that they have with their customer? throughout the entire journey, even if they didn't acquire the customer in the first place. Great. Thanks a lot, guys. Brilliant having you here. Enjoy the rest of ITB, and we'll be back shortly with more sit-downs with Sojourn. Hi there, we're back at the Sojourn Lounge here at ITB Berlin. I'm Nick Hall and the founder of the think tank and have been running these sessions throughout the last 2 days. We're having a series of fantastic sit-downs, the last of ITB, but certainly the best in my opinion, of course. I'm very pleased to be sat here with Jackie Lamping, your VP of Marketing at Sojourn, so you have a big responsibility on your shoulders. And you've been looking after some really fascinating developments. I think a lot of the travel industry has been getting to know Sojourn through these brilliant insights that you've been feeding us with. So thanks very much for that, first of all, from someone who does like to dip into the data myself. But tell me a bit more about your role and I think also how the quarterly Travel Insights report comes about.
Sure, absolutely. So the quarterly report, it's something that we're really proud of. It's a huge undertaking internally between our insights teams and also our marketing teams. So our data scientists are sort of constantly looking at the billions of predictive travel intent data points that we're getting and processing on a daily basis, monthly basis. And so what we're always trying to do is help our clients understand how is demand for their destination changing in real time. Maybe if you're a hotelier, you want to know, okay, is demand, for example, to Berlin, is it improving year over year from the Americas? Maybe it's going down from the Americas, but it's coming up across Europe. Maybe I'm starting to get some travel intent from the Asia Pacific region. And so we're always trying to figure out how do we help marketers get better to connect with their customers better, more effectively. And as consumers are thinking about, okay, I'm dreaming, discovering, I'm now planning and ready to book, that advertisers can then program their messages directly to reach the customer in that time.
How should marketeers use the report? Because I always find it an interesting read, but of course I'm not a hotel or a travel business myself. So I guess the question is, how do you take that data that you have in the reports? Also, I guess looking over several reports, you can really start to get a clear picture and actually use that to make really informed decisions in your marketing plans and strategies.
Sure. So actually we have one of the things that we've done, I've started to do and emphasize more this year with this report is to have some call-out boxes that actually say, okay, and what's the takeaway for you as a marketer? So it's really interesting, for example, that search behavior is going up in this particular region, or these are the top destinations, but what do you really need to take away? So I think it's useful to sort of go through some examples. So for example, if you're the manager of a hotel brand and say you cater to family travelers, for example. So wouldn't it be interesting to know that family travelers might be traveling or start researching rather 6 months in advance, right? So they might be looking for a hotel, they might be looking for a car rental, they might be looking for attractions, tickets, dinner reservations, the whole package together. And they're going to start researching that well in advance because they know it's not just them traveling, it's the whole family. They might have relatives coming in to meet them. And so that's an example of an insight that we'd be able to give to one of our travel brands. Other examples, I think, take the case of someone who's catering to business traveler, for example. We've got many of those here at ITB. If I sort of know the average customer that I'm catering to is, say, more likely to be male, more likely to be within, say, the ages of 35 to 55. If I advertise to that sort of demographic, on average I might be hitting the right person, but on the edge cases I'm really missing a lot of people. So for example, I'd be missing someone like myself. I plan and book my own business travel. I might miss a younger demographic of up-and-coming business executive travelers. I might miss the executive admin who's booking on behalf of her CFO. So, I think really what we're trying to illustrate is there's a lot of these very granular audience segments, and you have to really take a look at origination and destination city pairings. They're going up and down constantly over time, and what we're able to do is bring that to customers in real time.
I guess some of the insights that you really have are really on audiences and markets and their behavior. And what I've seen in the reports is quite a lot of disparity between the different markets, especially. Some incredible insights, actually, when especially in the Middle East market, looking at the time to book. Huge difference to the rest of the world. And I think a lot of brands are maybe not taking that advantage, as you said, to just look at that data that is available to them through that. Through those reports. I know that this data is actually, it's quite valuable actually. There's a lot of people who are selling the same data, but you guys give this as part of your insights. What are you seeing as some of the biggest trends which are emerging out of the last quarter?
Sure. Yeah, I think I'm always so fascinated by what's happening region by region. This report takes a look in particular at what's happening on demand coming up. So, say, April travel, for example. And you've got a ton of events happening globally. So, in the APAC region, you've got the Japanese Golden Week, right? That's a huge holiday that affects not only Japanese travelers, but all across Southeastern Asia. In the U.S., you've got Easter. Maybe some people are traveling for that. Easter becomes a huge travel weekend in Europe and in the U.K. as well. So, on top of that, Americans are looking at sort of spring break destinations. Cancun pops up really, really dramatically in April. And I think it's really interesting, too, is that there's sort of this... as a travel brand and as a marketer, obviously the winter season is so important and so big. Everyone's traveling that time of year. But then January comes around and there's almost a bit of a hangover effect where you're sort of like, okay, I need to get my planning together. I need to think about my budgets for the rest of the year. But actually, consumers are already thinking about where can I go next. I'm starting to dream about my summer vacation, perhaps. I'm starting to think about spring travel. And so they're already starting to research the first week of January. So it's really important to start ahead of time.
So not doing it too late.
Exactly.
Being ready for that.
Exactly.
Understanding when your customers are likely to start researching and booking the travel.
Right, because you want to make sure that the second they're in market, they're starting to research for you, that you've got your message there. So it's really about always on campaigns and sort of having that 24-hour mentality.
Yeah, exactly. What are some of the trends that you've seen in the last report which maybe stand out as a surprise to you? You must see a lot of continuation, but you must also see some things that really buck the trend and make you look at it and say, "Well, we didn't expect that."
Sure. It's funny. We've started to do lots of new variations of these types of insights reports. So we've got our quarterly global travel report. We just also came out with a joint report with Google, taking a look at hotel insights, specifically search and booking data. I think one of the most interesting things that I've seen recently is the sort of cross-device effect. You hear this talked about quite a bit. A lot of users are now obviously on mobile. You're on a tablet right here. Everyone's sort of walking around the conference today is on their mobile devices and figuring out how to rebook their travel plans from what's happening with the strike tomorrow. And so there's what we're seeing is actually the majority of the research is starting on mobile. And then, of course, customers are sort of moving to desktop and sort of like, why is that? Why do we feel the need to go back to desktop to then book? A lot of it is because this fear that maybe we're missing out on a better price. Maybe we need to look at 3 more OTAs to see if we've got, that exceptional, that best price sort of guarantee. So what we do with our clients is say, okay, if you've got customers who are, 60% of the time coming to you first on mobile, how can you make sure you've got a best price guarantee, you've optimized your site for that mobile booking, maybe you offer sort of a free cancellation if they're booking on mobile, et cetera. So, just because the majority of the bookings aren't happening on mobile doesn't mean the demand isn't there and that you can't make a huge effect on that.
Yes, I think that's something we've really seen with a lot of the interviews that we've had over the last 2 days, is this huge importance of omnichannel, that very fragmented visitor journey. But we've had a lot of discussions around mobile. And I've actually, just on our last session, we had some disagreement with our panel, which is always good. Some felt that bookings were never going to ultimately be driven through mobile, but it was also a strong feeling that it's maybe not an opportunity that people are really doing enough to leverage. So I think your data is showing that it is increasing, but there's also a lot of friction and pain points that is ultimately what's stopping people booking. And as you said, the confidence of getting the best price. So that fear of missing out when it comes down to deals and things like that. Very good points there. What are the insights that you can take away for European markets at the moment? We're here in ITB Berlin, so I'm curious to get a bit of a better understanding on the European market. And also, I guess specifically, it's quite turbulent times we're living in right now. So have you seen this affect perhaps time to plan and travel?
Well, I think I hear that completely. I think it's a turbulent time, sort of everywhere, frankly. I think we see a few things happening. Europeans are huge travelers. They always have been. I think we certainly don't see that wavering by any means. If anything, there's just more searching, more booking, more people coming in to start traveling. Younger generations are traveling earlier and more often. And so I don't think the travel industry overall is at any risk of declining anytime soon. What I do think you're seeing, though, is obviously there's questions about, are some of these sort of geopolitical factors affecting demand to go to specific regions or not? And I think Brexit is probably a great example. Initially in real time, you're sort of seeing there's spikes in demand because everyone's trying to go and figure out what's happening over there in that region, and then maybe there's a bit of a softening, but really it bounces back really quickly. I think London is sort of an epicenter for Europe and for the world in terms of a business center. It's really never going to decline sort of over the long haul. And then where we're seeing sort of more of these isolated pockets of perhaps a terrorist effect or an incident, what we're seeing is that overall travel for the region doesn't necessarily go down. It continues to go up, but people may, for example, for that 12-month period say, okay, instead of taking that trip to Istanbul, I might go to Croatia or something of the like. So you're not seeing travel overall go down. You're seeing people sort of choose maybe a different destination temporarily.
Right, so I guess the takeaway there is that for European travel brands, the market is actually really strong in Europe, and there's a lot of difficult factors that are coming into play, but ultimately it's not losing its share. It's maybe there's a bit of movement as as various different factors kind of come into play there. So just to keep working on building back up those industries and really keep focusing on the consumers that have always been strong and bringing them back. Tell me about some of the missed opportunities that you think sort of emerge from the reports you have that maybe people overlook or they don't really consider.
So missed opportunities. I would point back to the hangover effect or sort of this planning effect where you get to a new quarter, you say, okay, let me take some time and think about how I'm going to optimize my campaigns. Maybe I'm going to flight some campaigns, and you usually see 2 to 3 weeks where there's sort of this organizing effect happening, and I need to produce new creative, et cetera. And those are moments where your customer is still out there looking for your brand, they're looking for your destination, they're researching, and so having that always on campaign is really, really important. I think the other piece is really thinking about your audience in deep granularity. Again, it's no longer the case that you should be targeting a demographic with an age and a gender profile and saying I'm hitting everyone I need to hit. In many cases, even if that is the right demographic, you're reaching people when they aren't necessarily real-time interested in receiving your message. And so programmatic is really where the future of the industry is going. It's exciting to see. I think eMarketer came out with their stats for last year. The travel industry, even in just the US, now spent $1.5 billion programmatically with digital display, which is massive. And so, it's just increasing year over year. I think travel brands are getting even more efficient. They're getting smarter. They're thinking about, how do I make sure even that 10% or 20% of the impressions I'm serving are delivered expressly in the right time. And so now that's happening.
That's a really great insight to kind of leave us on. And I think we often talk about always on from a creative point of view. How do you tap into the opportunities of the stories and everything that you could maybe be telling as part of your brand story? But I think you've also shed some light on the opportunity of also targeting and always on in terms of where your consumer is and how to be relevant in their space at the right time, the right place. Also taking into consideration the perhaps greater complexity now of the consumer landscape, the fact that we can do sort of psychographic as well as demographic targeting. It's a big opportunity for a lot of us to tap into. Well, the report's a really nice report. You've got a copy here with you, so let's just have a look at that. Fantastic. It's a beautifully produced report. I do understand that this is produced entirely in-house by your own team, creative, data, the whole lot. So, I mean, congratulations to you guys for that.
Thank you. I can take very little credit myself personally. We have an absolutely amazing team. And actually you can find all of the reports. We're now doing even more reports than just this quarterly report, and it's all at www.sojourn.gti. So,
great.
Yeah.
Lots to dig into there. So
Great.
definitely make sure you subscribe to this, sign up, and also get it from your website. Jackie, thank you very much for joining us. It's been a great pleasure having you, and it's been a great pleasure having you finish our sessions here at ITB Berlin. We look forward to joining you next year at ITB Berlin for some more Sojourn live sessions, but that just leaves me to say thank you very much to all of our guests that we've had over the last 2 days. They really have been very interesting to sit down and discuss the big trends with them. Thank you to Jackie and her team, and thank you to everybody at Sojourn. And thanks to everybody watching.